we've got a really nice top pair of calves in this class. It's a close replacement for me. I'm going to Heifer in first based on her advantage of femininity. She's a little bit bigger through that head and neck region, a little flatter through the thigh. In addition, I think she's got more width back through the pins than this big, strong Heifer coming out in second. I do prefer the way the second place Heifer wins, right between the shoulders and the props. Just not quite as daring and not quite as much back to the pins to get up to the top spot today. But it is a correctness and thorough placement and the way she handles those rear legs. Go with this cute little dairy calf coming out forward, the third place Heifer. I also asked to return back for the next class from her from the hooks forward. She pushes up here in the top spot, but from the hooks back, it's easy to right where she's at. She does have an advantage, a little more ring presence coming out over this black Heifer forward. In addition, I think she's a little tighter through the shoulder region. Just walks on a little bit nicer set of your legs too. Fourth over fifth, a little more daringness. Fifth place over six. Just more femininity. This young man's Heifer coming out to six. It's a Heifer you really like the balance that she's got, and he does an incredible job showing her she's the youngest Heifer in the class today. Just would like to see her lose a little bit of that baby fat through the head and neck region to get her up any higher. Congratulations.
Congratulations to the Spring Heifer Calf class exhibitors, 10 and under. Placing third in that class is entry 102, Nap Thunder Dance Party, exhibited by Mila DeGanji of Darlington, Wisconsin. Second place went to entry 103, Windy Hollow Design Rowdy, exhibited by Conway Crollo of Poinette, Wisconsin. And your winning entry was entry 105, Top Acres AH Whiskers, exhibited by Liv Hebgen of Arlington, Wisconsin. Now entering the ring are the Spring Heifer calves. I'd like to mention that the first place junior bred and owned in the Spring Heifer Calf class, exhibitors 10 and under, went to entry 106, Badger Hollow Applesauce, shown by Bo Price of Montford, Wisconsin. Judge Sparrow has completed his placings for the spring heifer calf class. Joe will now give his reasons.
Super fun class of March babies here. I think we're starting with a relatively logical winner for me today. This is a heifer that just spells dairiness and femininity. Her hide's so thin, I don't know that a bee could sting her. Just clean all the way through, open in that rib structure, tight over the shoulders, just spells balance. She has that advantage, being a little fuller in her crops over this young lady's calf that won the super young kid March calf class. Second and third, I thought they were good in the last class, and this emphasizes how good they really are. Just like to fill up the crops a tick on that second place calf, but it is her advantage in dairiness, as we talked about in the last class, that takes her over this heifer coming out in third. Third place heifer is really a problem heifer for me, and when you get her out here, you really notice it even more. I told this young man if she can lose about 30 pounds right off of that thigh, she's going to push to be up higher. It's a heifer that's got a lot of balance, and it's not the end of the journey yet for her. I think she just needs to lose a little bit of that thigh to push up any higher. But it is her advantage in oomph that takes her over this young man's calf coming out in fourth. Love the dairiness of this fourth place calf, just not that capacity right through the heart as opposed to the calf coming out in third. Fourth over fifth, a little bit cleaner through the thigh, a little bit more drop to that rear rib, and a little bit longer body heifer throughout. The fifth place calf's a calf with a lot of balance. It's her advantage she's got in dairiness right through that head and neck region to go with this young lady's calf coming out in sixth. Congratulations on a nice class of calves.
In the spring heifer calf class, placing fourth and first bred and owned is entry 205, JC Timeout Delay, leased by Dakota Vagley Paulson of Arlington, Wisconsin. And your third place winner and second place junior goes to entry 103, Windy Hollow Design Rowdy, shown by Conway Crollo of Poinette, Wisconsin. And your second place and first junior goes to entry 220, Top Acres AH Whiskers, exhibited by Liv Hebgen of Arlington, Wisconsin. And winning the spring heifer calf class is entry 219, Mile High Chili Treasure, exhibited by Tanner Mashek and Adele and Stan Biasani of Calamar, Iowa. Now Louisville, Kentucky. He and his wife Angela have 2 boys, Archie and Wiley. Joe is employed as a dairy nutritionist for AgriKing, and along with his father Richard and 2 brothers Ben and Kirby, operate Fairdale Farms LLC, a registered brown Swiss herd, milking 45 head. The family has owned or bred over 50 All-American nominations, including the Intermediate Champion at World Dairy Expo and Supreme Champion at North American International Livestock Expo. His judging accolades includes the International Brown Swiss Show in 2019, the International Milking Shorthorns at World Dairy Expo in 2021, as well as serving as the Associate for the International Brown Swiss Show at World Dairy Expo in 2013. Let's welcome Judge Sparrow and give him a round of applause. us his reasons.
Folks, this is an awesome class of Brown Swiss Intermediate calves. And with that being said, I think we've got about 4 or 5 in this top heat that really separate themselves out from me today. And then once you get them in a group, this is how I like it. Each of them have a little bit of a pro or a con or a difference, but I think when you really chew them down, this is the way they need to be for me today. First place heifer, if it wasn't for the lack of freedom of movement on those rear legs, she'd be lights out. And that is the Grant. Second place back over 1. Prefer the rear legs. First place heifer's cleaner through that neck. Flatter through the thigh. I like a strong loin. Second place heifer may be a tick strong for me. I think she's got a more natural top line to her today. Second over third, it is that freedom of movement. She skates on those rear legs a lot nicer than this young lady's heifer coming out in third. Third place heifer, ultra, daring, clean, feminine, sharp, angular, opening the rib. It is that rib. It is that little bit of mass she's got to go over a super well balanced little white spotted heifer coming out in fourth. Kind of a problem heifer for me today. So stinking cute, just not extreme enough in any part to get her up in that top 3 for me today. But I do prefer the way she blends over those shoulders. Fifth place heifer, when she hit the ring, I thought might have pushed 1 or 2. But when you really break her down, she's just a little blocky for me today. A little blockier in that shoulder, a little blockier in that rump. Just not that clean feminine bone that I would prefer compared to the 4 above her. But she's a massive rib. And it is that mass that takes her over this lady's heifer coming out in 6th. In addition, I prefer those front feet. This 6th place heifer, just so clean, sharp, and angular, maybe to a fault, in that those front feet, one goes to the left, one goes to the right. I told the young lady, if she can square those up, she pushes up there in the top 2 or 3. Tremendous class of Brown Swiss Intermediate calves.
In the winter heifer calf class, placing 6th, 3rd junior, and 1st place bred and owned is entry 323, VB Phantom Wakanda, leased by Paige Zimmerman and owned by Bagley Farms. Your 5th place and 2nd junior goes to entry 316, Seth's Famous Twinkle Toes, exhibited by Jacob Logan and Madison Harbaugh of Marion, Wisconsin. And in 4th place and 1st place junior, entry 313, Wapsie Anna TN Diva, exhibited by C, K, and G Grinstead and J, G, and B Boyke of Fond du Lac, Wisconsin. Placing 3rd is entry 315, KCCK Sully's Always, shown by Lydia Morris of Dyersville, Iowa. Placing 2nd is entry 317, NVMS Trickster Double Doink, shown by Sean and Seth Nails and Milk Source LLC. And your winning entry is entry 321, Red Carpet by Design, exhibited by Peter Vale of Englewood, Florida. Now entering the ring are the fall heifer calves.
Hi, I'm Melanie Sarbacher with Cattle Club at the Wisconsin Championship Show. Today I'm here with
Paige Zimmerman.
Now Paige, a little birdie told me that you won first place in junior showmanship. Could you tell us a little bit more about that?
Yeah, I won junior showmanship today at this show with my Holstein winter calf, and she's like the best showmanship calf I've ever had, and she's, I don't know, really nice, and it's really easy to win with her because she's like just follows me around.
Now could you explain really what you're judged on in showmanship versus the normal show?
In class, you want your calf to look good. You don't have to like stare at the judge or set them up really fast or walk them really slow or smooth. But in showmanship, you want to be really smooth with your heifer, walk with the same like leg as your heifer, and you want to stare at the judge the whole time, have really good head carriage, and be really smooth.
So what you're saying is that the judge judges on how you act with your animal
Yes.
versus on the animal.
Yes.
That's interesting. So, I have a few more questions for you. Paige, how old are you?
I am 12 years old, and I'm going to turn 13 in 2 months.
Where are you from?
I'm from Broadhead, Wisconsin.
And lastly, what's your favorite ice cream flavor?
My favorite ice cream flavor is Pirate's Bounty.
Ooh, that one sounds fun. Congratulations again, and thank you.
Thank you.
word extreme. First place heifer in this fall calf class. You can have a picture right beside her. She is extreme. Extreme in the length of body. Just a beautiful heifer with some stops. Love the shoulder on this heifer. It's a heifer that's so tall and long from end to end, combining it with dairiness and enough rib for me today. If we put down the road, she's going to run this heifer before rear flank. She's naming some today, but she had enough of that extreme assist to take her over. Second and third, are close placing for me today. But one heifer has, the other one doesn't. One heifer has, the other one doesn't. But I'm going to heifer that excels in that extreme. She's got a little bit more width to that chest, a little bit more width of muscle, but she is not as clean and feminine as the third place heifer, but in my eyes, she's dairy enough for me today. Third place heifer more closely follows that extreme dairiness of the first place heifer. Just want more mass to get her in the house. But it is that rear rib, and so another balance heifer coming out for it. Long, stretchy heifer, really nice shoulder, just not that extreme openness of rib. She does have that dairiness and that high over the fifth place heifer. Fifth place heifer is not quite as big as a heifer, but when you really analyze her, she's a no-holds kind of heifer. And she has so much more power through that midsection, so much more drop to that rib. She's over a nice balance calf coming out of six. Congratulations on a nice class of calves.
Congratulations to your third place heifer and second place junior in the fall heifer calf class. She is entry 414, Silver Royal RCG Flawless, exhibited by KW&P Zimmerman and F&N Heinsohn of Kirkland, Illinois. And your second place heifer, first place junior, and first place bred and owned goes to entry 408, Genlar Top Notch Tiptoe, shown by Brianna Austin and Abby Meyer of Chilton, Wisconsin. And winning that class is entry 422, Mount Elgin Winner Suzuki, exhibited by Jenny Elliott and Alea Camps of Darlington, Wisconsin. Now entering the ring are the Summer Yearling Heifers. Attention red and white exhibitors, we will be starting the show at 3 o'clock in just 5 minutes. If you have a milking yearling, please make your way to the east side of the ring. Again, attention red and white exhibitors, if you have a milking yearling, please bring her to the east side of the ring.
instructor. This first place individual, she's quite striking, has a great ring presence, a lot more height than went to her rear udder as well. A really dairy heifer coming out here in second, a lot of width of muzzle throughout. Nice class, give her a round of applause to get this day going. Thanks, folks.
Be up one or two, don't really matter. What was I saying about that? Towel in your pocket.
Judge Sparrow is making his final lineup in the summer yearling heifer class. If you have a spring yearling in the brown Swiss breed, please bring her to the east side, the west side of the ring. The summer yearling class is complete. Now Joe will give us his reasons.
A solid class of summer yearlings here in the brown Swiss ring. Maybe not the easiest to sort out. But again, this is the way I like them. I think the heifer we're starting the class with is a heifer that has the most of the things that I like. I like the length of body she's got a lot of style and balance. Walks on a correct set of feet and legs. If I was going to change her somewhere, I'd like to make her a little bit cleaner. It's that extreme length of body she's got, though, that carries her over the second and third. 2 peas in a pod heifers. Sharp, clean, angular. Second place heifer just doesn't have that extreme length of body. Less latitude, longitude compared to the winner. But I think she does move a little bit more freely on those rear legs. A little bit stronger right through that loin section. But it is the third place heifer's advantage in top line strength, right back behind the shoulders over the fourth place heifer. In addition, I think she blends a little bit nicer from hooks to loin, but another flashy dairy heifer in fourth. Just more heifer again than this young man's heifer coming out in fifth. Fifth over sixth, just really prefer that drop to the rear rib. The young lady's heifer coming out in sixth place. Kind of a problem heifer for me. You love the length body she's got, just not enough drop to that rear rib for me today to get her any higher in the class. Nice class of summer yearlings.
Congratulations to the winners of the summer yearling heifer class. Third place goes to entry 509, Nap RC Design Truly 894, exhibited by Michael Meyer of Stitzer, Wisconsin. Second place goes to entry 506, B3 Nails Design Wild Thing, exhibited by Brothers 3 and Sean and Seth Nails of Watertown, Wisconsin. And your first place entry, first place junior and first place bred and owned, goes to VB Ray Westworld, leased by Wesley Winch and owned by Vagley Farms. Now entering the ring are the spring yearling heifers.
exhibited by Royal Vista Holsteins of Pickett. And winning the class and also first place bred and owned is added entry 1509, Bentley Long Live Ready T, exhibited by Jacob Bentley of Pulaski. Congratulations. Judge your comments on this class.
Well, a real nice class of 2-year-olds here. Give them a round of applause if you will, folks. Starting out the class, these two come to the top for me. A few things that do separate, though, the balance of the frame of this cow coming out. However, more importantly, it's the size, shape of teat placement. She's got the front teats under her forearm, just a little more underneath, more correctly. She's a little cleaner in the hock. She's a little stronger in the pastern. Take nothing away from the dairiness in this 2-year-old. It's the overall length of her frame. It's the blending of her foreudder that takes her over another dairy cow in second. The cow in second over third also prefer the width of her rear udder over this cow coming out in third. Cow in third over the fourth uses her width of chest, her fullness in her fore rib. She's deeper in her rear flank, and she just walks a little more comfortably on her rear feet. It is the dairiness of this fourth place cow that takes her over a heifer with a nice slope to her rump and a nice udder cow coming out here in fifth. Fifth over sixth, it's the quality of the mammary system, particularly in the rear udder, taking nothing away from the clean thigh dairy cow coming out in sixth. But a nice class all the way around. Thank you.
Has officiated at multiple 4-H shows across Ontario, along with the showmanship judge at the Western Canadian Classic, Nova Scotia Pro Show, Rockton's Countdown to the Classic, Idaho Junior Livestock Expo, and the Junior Division here in Madison at World Dairy Expo. Furthermore, Brent has experience judging at county shows, championship, provincial and state levels, the Futurity at World Dairy Expo, Ontario Spring Holstein Discovery Show, Vancouver Island Summer Show, and with international assignments including Costa Rica, Portugal, Japan, and Mexico. Certainly an outstanding resume, and we're so excited to welcome him here to Wisconsin. Let's put our hands together for today's red and white judge, Mr. Brent Howe. We would like to say thank you to Mystic Valley Dairy and Kejo Holsteins for sponsoring the 10 and under rosettes. We'd also like to thank Carter and Grenwald, Bobcat Sales and Service of Judah, Wisconsin, for donating the use of a Bobcat for cleanup on Wednesday. There are updates to the show book at WisconsinHolsteinEvents.com on the show tabs area. There's also a live stream at CattleClub.com.
we are lining up the brown Swiss spring yearling heifers. If you have a winter yearling, please make your way to the ring. Final placings for the spring yearlings have been made. Now Joe will give us his reasons.
Quality class of brown Swiss spring yearlings here. Not the easiest for me to sort through. The heifer I'm starting with just wins this class again. You've heard me talk about that extreme length of body. Love the uphill run she's got. She's so long from end to end. It is that extreme stretch she's got that takes her over this super well balanced heifer coming out second. Second place heifer's a no-holes kind of heifer, but she's a heifer that just lacks that latitude and longitude, as I've talked about before, to get her up in the top spot. But she is a little cleaner over that thigh region compared to the first place heifer. 2 over 3, all in mobility. Third place heifer, like to change the way she handles those rear legs, like to push those throws forward, just not moving as fluidly as I'd like for her today. But again, that frame, that front end, that length of body will take her over a well-balanced heifer coming out in fourth. Fourth over fifth, heifer that blends nicely through that shoulder region compared to this balanced heifer coming out in fifth. Fifth over six does so on her narrowness. Congratulations on a nice group of spring yearlings.
Is that good, do you think?
Love Shack Ready Tea, exhibited by Jacob Bentley of Pulaski. Second in the class is entry 1602, Miss Beth Architect Bree Red, exhibited by David Traeger of Baraboo. And winning the class and also first place junior and best stutter is entry 1605, Miss Alpha Mystery Ready Tea, exhibited by Colton and Easton Brown of Scrum, Wisconsin. Congratulations. Judge Howe, your comments.
Really nice class here from top down, bottom here. Starting the class out, young cow here will be the best stutter. Just giving us a little more median suspensory definition from top to bottom. Then the cow coming out in second, a little more cleaner in behind her shoulder, a little cleaner thigh. Just walks really comfortably on those rear feet and legs. Walks straight on, a little cleaner in her hock, if you will. Second over third, a little closer placing. However, I prefer the width through the rear udder. I prefer the width through the chest. It's a little stronger in her crop region, a little more balance to that frame than a long body cow we've got coming out here in third. Third over to fourth, a little more rear flank, a little fuller when you get behind them, in line for openness of her rib, more height and width through her rear udder, and a little leveler through the floor of the udder. Then a real dairy cow coming out here in fourth. The fourth over the fifth cow has a little longer from hooks to fins. Just prefer the rump structure on this cow as she's walking out on the move. Tail sits in a little neater, a little more fullness to those rear quarters as well. Over the cow coming out next with a really wide rear udder, and we realized that when she got pulled into line, and that's why she got pulled up ahead of this dairy cow coming up in sixth here. With all kinds of openness to her midsection, just needs a little more width to that rear udder to get her higher in class. Real nice class of young cows. Congratulations.
You're confusing me.
Hi, I'm Melanie Sarbacher at the Wisconsin Summer Championship Show. Today I'm here with.
Emily Ballas,
Now, Emily, how old are you?
13,
You're following along in your catalogs. There
Janesville,
are
Wisconsin.
2-year-olds. Leading down the list,
What are you doing here at the show?
I'm helping live stream the shows, and I did showmanship today.
So those live stream you all have been seeing has been run by Emily and a few others. I'd like to shout out Nick Sarbacher, Emily Barlis, Kirk Anderson,
Kennedy Paul.
And Melanie Sarbacher. And how'd you do in showmanship?
I did good. I got 4th in my heat and 12th overall.
Great job, congrats.
Thank you.
What's your favorite dairy product?
Probably ice cream.
Now, what's your favorite ice cream flavor?
Cookies and cream.
That's my favorite too. Congratulations in showmanship, and thank you again.
Yeah, thank you.
Smaller class, so
pair of young cows coming out in this class. However, this young cow, when you see her out in the halter, she's very prolific. I love the wide width of her muzzle. She's wide-chested. She's got a beautiful mammary system, a well-attached forearm, lots of height and width. Radiation everywhere, and all kinds of dairy strength. Just walks so nice on those feet and legs. And it is the strength through her front end. It's the snugness of the full udder, the height and width of rear udder, and just the cleanliness throughout to get her over a cow here coming in second. It's got a really, really nice open turn to her rib and a long-bodied young cow. Congratulations.
Judge Howe has completed his placings in this class of fall senior 2-year-olds. With one entry, the winning entry is 1707. She's also first junior, best udder, and first bred and owned. Red Violet Lila Red E.T., exhibited by Elizabeth Gunst and Claire and Luke Zimba of Hartford. Judge, your comments.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, just one in the class here. However, she does wear a beautiful mammary system that's well attached for and height and width, and she's long bodied from her nose to her tail. Nice young cow, congratulations.
In the winter yearling heifer class, your third place and third place junior goes to entry 705. She is Nap Freedom Lily, exhibited by Alan Davenport of Sharon, Wisconsin. And in second place, second junior and second bred and owned goes to entry 709. Next Level Famous Windigo, exhibited by Peyton Vagley of Poinette, Wisconsin. And winning the class, first place junior and first place bred and owned goes to entry 708. Red Bray Cliff JC, leased by Ainsley Lair, owned by Callie Storms of Eden, Wisconsin. And now Judge Sparrow with his reasons.
Nice class of winter yearlings here in the Brown Swiss ring. Switched up my top pair in that last pull. That I'm starting with, it just overpowers everything else in the class. Just so much heifer from end to end. When she came in, all I saw was her neck, and I didn't think that I could win with a heifer that had as thick of a neck as she does. But really, when you analyze her, over her hide, over her ribs, she's got enough dairiness for me today. It is that massive frame that she's got that takes her over. This balanced, clean, and angular heifer coming out in second. Second place heifer, when she gets in the line, gives me a little bit more weakness of loin than I'd like to see, but she does have that definite advantage in dairiness and femininity over the winter and over our third place heifer. It is that clean cutness right over the shoulder region, right back through the thighs. That takes over our black heifer coming out third. Third place heifer's got a little more balance, a little bit more style and eye appeal. In addition, probably moves a little bit more comfortably on her rear legs than the white heifer coming out fourth. I flip-flop fourth and fifth. For me today, I think the heifer in fourth's got a more correct rump structure. She's got a little bit more correct thorough placement, a little bit wider through the pins. In addition, a little bit more femininity than this white heifer coming out behind her. Congratulations.
Attention Brown Swiss breeders, if you were first or second place junior or open show, please start making your way to the west side of the ring. We will be lining up for the junior champions after the fall yearling class, and this is a small class. Again, if you're a first or second place junior or open show, please bring your Brown Swiss heifers to the west side of the ring. We will be lining up for junior champion. Placing third in the fall yearling class is entry 802, I.E. Myers Acres Solo Zillion, exhibited by Wayne and Samantha Giese of Edgar, Wisconsin. Second place and second junior goes to entry 803, Genlar Diego Wild Dream, leased by Jacob Harbaugh, owned by Townline Acres of Marion, Wisconsin. And your winning entry and first place junior goes to entry 804, Birds All Away, Time Out Nita, owned by P. Kennard, W. Melkor, and Tristan Ostrom of Kaukauna, Wisconsin. And now, Judge Sparrow will give us his reasons.
Folks, not many in this class around Swiss Fall yearlings, but we've got quite a vibesome in here. And as good as the group is, I think we got a winner that's even better. A heifer that just has got a true explosion of rib. And she combines that rib with more than enough dairiness for a heifer that'll be 2 years old shortly, has loads of ring presence. It's her femininity throughout that takes her over the second place heifer. More feminine right down through that leg structure. Moves a little freer on those rear legs. She's a little cleaner right through that neck region. Just a little bit less flesh over out. And saying this and talking about heifers that are 23 months old sounds crazy, but that's how I'm breaking them down today. Second over third, holds that top line a little stronger. Our third place heifers maybe starting to shift gears into cow gear, giving a little bit in that loin. What a massive front end she's got. So much power and substance and strength. And it is that substance that takes her over this young lady's heifer coming out in fourth. When the fourth place heifer hit the ring, I thought, I don't know that I'll find one to beat her. And then I found three. And that speaks to the quality of this heifer, though. So sharp and clean and angular. And it is her clean cutness throughout that takes her over a nice heifer coming out in fifth. Congratulations on a super class A heifers.
If you redirect your attention over to the red and white ring, Judge Howe has completed his placings in this class of red and white junior 3-year-olds. In the junior division, the winning entry and also first place junior bred and owned is 1810. Bentley Let's Get It Red, exhibited by Jacob Bentley of Pulaski. Placing third in the class is entry 1809. Hodgland Unstoppable Venice Red, exhibited by Claire and Jacob Bentley of Pulaski. Second in the class is entry 1804, Seamers All Tipsy Red ET, exhibited by Ben and Jen Wallace and Tim Smith of Stoughton. And the winning entry in the class, also first place bred and owned and best udder, is entry 1808, Arizona Awesome Samora Red ET, exhibited by Arizona Dairy Company of Gila Bend, Arizona. Congratulations. Judge Howe, your comments.
Well, from end to end, this really nice class of young cows here. Coming to the top, a cow that just spells balance, spells dairiness. She's got a beautiful mammary system in this best udder in the class. A little more venation throughout that fore udder. When viewed from the side, she's got that added drop to her fore rib and rear flank. Just a real pretty balanced profile walking about the ring. Cow in second was pulled third. When you get him in line, the cow's a touch deceiving. She's very, very open and full. Big, big spring of rib. When you get behind this cow, and it is that openness, spring of rib, a little more moderate size up to her front end, and width through her rear udder to take her over the long-bodied cow coming out here in third. Third over fourth, it's the quality in through her rear udder, at the top of both rear quarters. Just a little cleaner inner bone, if you will, as well. Handles her pasture's a touch stronger. Then a lot of milk in this cow coming out in fourth. It's the openness, fullness into the rear udder. She's full in her fore udder as well. Lots of rear flank to take her over a real long-bodied cow here with nice presence and a nice leg to her coming out next. Congratulations, folks.
If you're following along with your books, there were 9 junior 3-year-olds presented in the red and white show. Entries 1801, 1802, and 1803 did not show. 1804 was second. 1805 did not show. 1806 was fifth. 1807 was sixth. Entry 1808 was the winning entry, also first place bred and owned and best udder in class. Arizona Awesome Samora Red ET, exhibited by Arizona Dairy Company. Entry 1809 was third. 1810 was fourth, and the winning junior entry and also first place junior bred and owned for Jacob Bentley of Pulaski. 1811 was seventh. 1812 was ninth. An added entry, 1813 was eighth and second junior. Roadview Thinking About You Red, exhibited by Haley and Grant Yeager of Mineral Point. Coming into the ring at this time is our class of senior 3-year-olds. Following this class, we will be selecting our intermediate champions of both the junior and open show. Junior exhibitors, please be bringing those eligible for intermediate champion of the junior show to the ring.
Now entering our ring, on the brown Swiss side are the entries eligible for the junior champion of the junior show. Our first place sprint calf, exhibitor age 10 and under, is entry 105, Top Acres AH Whiskers, exhibited by Liv Hegman of Arlington, Wisconsin. Our second place spring calf is entry 103, Windy Hollow Design Rowdy, exhibited by Conway Crollo of Poinette, Wisconsin. In the sprint calf class, the first place junior was entry 220. Also, same entry as the exhibitor age 10 and under. Top Acres AH Whiskers, exhibited by Liv Hebgen of Arlington, Wisconsin. And the second place was the same as the exhibitor age 10 and under also. Windy Hollow Design Rowdy by Conway Crollo of Poinette, Wisconsin. In the winter calf class, the first place winter calf was entry 313, Waspy Anna T.N. Diva, exhibited by K.C. and G. Grinstead and J.G. and B. Boyke of Fond du Lac, Wisconsin. The second place winter calf is entry 316, Seth's Famous Twinkle Toes, exhibited by Jacob Logan and Madison Harbaugh of Marion, Wisconsin. In the fall calf class, the first place junior went to entry 408, Genlar Top Notch Tiptoe, exhibited by Brianna Abbey and Austin Meyer of Chilton, Wisconsin. The second place fall calf was entry 414, Silver Royal RCG Flawless, exhibited by KWP Zimmerman and F&N Heinsohn of Kirkland, Illinois. And in the summer yearling class, the first place junior went to entry 513, VB Westworld, leased by Wesley Winch and owned by Vagley Farms of Fenimore, Wisconsin. The second place summer yearling went to entry 516. She is VB Nitro Freebird, leased by Evie Weiss and owned by Vagley Farms of Blanchardville, Wisconsin. In the spring yearling class, the winner was entry 613, Genlar W Class Wellcut, exhibited by Brianna and Abby Meyer of Chilton, Wisconsin. Second place junior went to entry 611, Genlar Diego Why Not, exhibited by Brianna and Abby Meyer of Chilton, Wisconsin. And in the winter yearling class, first place winter yearling went to entry 708, Red Bray Cliff JC, leased by Ansley Lair and owned by Callie Storms of Eden, Wisconsin. Second place went to entry 709, Next Level Famous Wendigo, exhibited by Peyton Vagley of Poynette, Wisconsin. And rounding out the junior exhibitors is the first place Fall Yearling Junior owned, entry 804, Birds All Way Timeout Nita, exhibited by P. Kennard, W. Malcor, and T. Ostrom of Kaukauna, Wisconsin. Second place junior goes to entry 803, Genlar Diego Wild Dream, leased by Jacob Harbaugh and owned by Townline Acres of Marion, Wisconsin. These are your entries eligible for the junior champion of the junior show. Over in the red and white show, Judge Howe has completed his placings in this class of senior 3-year-olds. Placing third in the class and also second junior. His entry 1906, Hill Rose Showtime Ammo Red ET, exhibited by Jasmine and Chase Haig of Colby. Second in the class is entry 1905, Elmlow Attitude Rally Red ET, exhibited by Austin Schmidt of Cascade. And winning the class, and also first junior, best stutter, and first place Brennan owned, is entry 1904, Hill Rose Unstop Adela Red ET, exhibited by Bentley, Blake, and Brody Brandmeier of Hilbert. Congratulations. Judge, your comments.
And yet another nice class of cows here. There are cows that made me think a little bit at the top of the class. They're a little close. However, the advantage goes to our cow in first place. I prefer the way she blends through her head, through her neck. I prefer the way the cow in first just walks out on those rear legs, a little more comfortable on her pasterns. And when you really get down to the mammary system, she blends smoother into the body wall and her foreudder. I do admire the openness, the dariness, the big spring of rib, the high quality of the mammary system this cow in second does possess. And it is that fullness, dariness, and the height and width at the top of the rear udder that takes her over the cow in third. Cow in third over the cow in fourth. The cow in third has much more definition of median suspensory when we get viewing from behind. A little more capacity throughout than a real long-bodied cow with a nice forwarder in fourth place. Congratulations.
If you're marking your catalogs, there were 4 senior 3-year-olds in the red and white show. Entry 1901 did not show. 1902 was 4th and 3rd junior. 1903 did not show. 1904 was the winning entry, first junior, first Brennan owned, and best stutter. Hill Rose Unstop Adela Red ET, exhibited by Bentley, Blake, and Brody Brandmeier of Hilbert. Entry 1905 was 2nd. 1906 was 3rd and 2nd junior, and entry 1907 did not show. Next class to come into the ring for our red and white breed is our selection of intermediate champion of today's junior show.
Judge Sparrow has made his final pull for junior-owned junior champion, and he'll now go out and make his final selection.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, if you're a Brown Swiss enthusiast, a kid enthusiast, a dairy enthusiast, this has to make your heart pretty happy. Could you give these kids a big round of applause, please? My favorite thing about this afternoon, and I've got a lot of things I've had fun doing, is the fact that these kids, if you hadn't been paying attention, even the ones over here, were right up in the top of the class in the open show. And that's not something you see in a lot of shows nowadays. And it's something that makes my heart really, really happy, because these kids can show, folks, and they've got some incredible heifers out here, and it has been a blast to judge them today. So I pulled out 5, and as everyone usually says, taking nothing away from this group, because there's some good ones up here that I think are going to have some fun in about a month. But these 5 are my kind. I've got my first prize and second prize fall calf, a pair of heifers that I flip-flopped in the class, and I feel better about them being out here now the longer they've been out here. This first prize heifer just excels over the second one in dairy strength. She's a heifer that you just love that width of the chest, high chine. She's got enough femininity for me today. Then this second prize fall calf, a heifer that's just ultra dairy, sharp, clean, angular, tremendous amount of rib on this heifer, so much balance. Then this first prize spring yearling, we're going to leave her out here long enough that she's going to be roped to lead by the time this show is over. Love the stretch of this heifer. Folks, these are some big fall yearlings that are behind her, and she's just about as big as they are, and maybe even longer, but lacks that extreme rib as you see when she's out here next to them. You talk about rib, let's look at this first prize fall yearling. A heifer that looks like she ate a pallet of beef pulp before she came out here. Beautiful high chine on this heifer. Love the femininity she's got for a heifer at this stage in the game. As I talked about in class, it is that femininity that took her over this second prize fall yearling. A little cleaner through that neck. If you look down through that leg structure, a little bit more feminine about the bone she's got. And that's taking nothing away from this massive, powerful, beautiful, balanced fall yearling we've got that was second to her in her class. I'm going to go out here and I'm going to congratulate your junior champion, your reserve, and your honorable mention. And P.S., I wouldn't go anywhere if you're fans of these heifers, because they're probably going to be back in about 10 minutes. Folks, I hate to split up this pair of fall yearlings, but I think when you get them out here and you've got them head to toe, that fall calf more closely follows the pattern of our first prize fall yearling. I think she's a heifer that's got that femininity a little bit more than this second prize fall yearling for me today. Junior champion on first place fall yearling, reserve junior champion on our first prize fall calf, honorable mention on our second prize fall yearling. Congratulations to all these awesome kids.
Congratulations to the junior champion of our junior show. She is the first place fall yearling, entry 804, Birds All Away, Timeout Nita, exhibited by P. Kennard, W. Melkor, and T. Ostrom of Kaukauna, Wisconsin. And reserve junior champion goes to the first place fall calf, entry 408, Genlar Top Notch Tiptoe, exhibited by Brianna Abbey and Austin Meyer of Chilton, Wisconsin. And our honorable mention goes to entry 803, the second place fall yearling. She is Genlar Diego Wild Dream, leased by Jacob Harbaugh and owned by Townline Acres of Marion, Wisconsin. Congratulations to our juniors.
If you direct your attention over to the red and white ring, Judge Howe is making his selections for intermediate champion of today's junior show. Starting off with our winning summer junior 2-year-old. The first junior was entry 1508, Mead Manor Arc Alina Reddy T, exhibited by Jadalyn Kroll and Stella Joki of Luxembourg, Wisconsin. In the spring junior 2-year-old class, the winning junior was entry 1605, Miss Alpha Mystery Reddy T, exhibited by Colton and Easton Brown of Scrum, Wisconsin. Second junior was entry 1607, Camps RX Dice Fancy Red, exhibited by Jadalyn Kroll and Stella Joki of Luxembourg. In our winter senior 2-year-old class, the winning junior was entry 1701, Miss SNS Crest Symphony Reddy T, exhibited by Leah, Hattie, and Blake Smith and Elizabeth Gunst of Hartford, Wisconsin. Second junior in that class was entry 1702, Milk This Warrior Tito's Red, exhibited by Kyla and Maisie Steinke of Columbus, Wisconsin. There was just one entry in our fall senior 2-year-old class, and that winning junior was 1707, Red Violet Lila Red E.T., exhibited by Elizabeth Gunst and Claire and Luke Simba of Hartford, Wisconsin. In the junior 3-year-old class, the winning junior was entry 1810, Bentley Let's Get It Red, exhibited by Jacob Bentley of Pulaski, Wisconsin. The second junior in that class was added entry 1813, Roadview Thinking About You Red, exhibited by Haley and Grant Yeager of Mineral Point, Wisconsin. And last but certainly not least, in our senior 3-year-old class, the winning junior entry was 1904, Hill Rose Unstop Adela Red E.T., exhibited by Bentley, Blake, and Brody Brantmeyer of Hilbert, Wisconsin. And the second junior in that class was entry 1906, Hill Rose Showtime Ammo Red, exhibited by Jasmine and Chase Haig of Colby.
Now entering the brown Swiss ring are the entries eligible for the junior champion of the open show. We had 113 total heifers shown this afternoon. In the spring calf class, exhibitor age 10 and under, first place went to entry 105, Top Acres AH Whiskers, exhibited by Liv Hebgen. The second place went to entry 103, Windy Hollow Design Rowdy, exhibited by Conway Crollo. In the spring calf class, first place went to entry 219, Mile High Chili Treasure, exhibited by Tanner Masha and Adele and Stan Biasini. The second place went to entry 220. She is Top Acres AH Whiskers, exhibited by Liv Hebgen. In the winter calf class, the winner was entry 321, Red Carpet by Design, exhibited by Peter Vale. Second place winter calf went to entry 317, NVMS Trickster Double Doink, exhibited by Sean and Seth Nails and Milk Source. In the fall calf class, the first place fall calf went to Mount Elgin Winner Sasuke, exhibited by Demi Elliott and Alea Camps. Second place went to entry 408, Genlar Top Notch Tiptoe, exhibited by Brianna Austin and Abby Meyer. And in our summer yearling class, entry 513 was your winner. She is WB Ray Westworld, leased by Wesley Winch. And the second place summer yearling went to entry 506, B3 Nails Design Wild Thing, exhibited by Brothers 3 and Sean and Seth Nails. In our spring yearling class, entry 613 was first. She is Genlar W Class Well Cut, exhibited by Brianna and Abby Meyer. And your second place spring yearling went to entry 603. She is Lucky Charms Win Frisky, exhibited by Heidi Heller. In the winter yearling class, first place went to entry 708, Red Bray Cliff JC, leased by Ansley Lair. Second place went to entry 709, Next Level Windigo, exhibited by Peyton Vagley. And in the fall yearling class, first place went to 804, Birds All Away, Timeout Nita, exhibited by P. Kennard, W. Malcor, and T. Ostrom. Second place went to entry 803, Genlar Diego Wild Dream, leased by Jacob Harbaugh. These are your entries eligible for the Junior Champion of the Open Show.
And if you direct your attention over to the red and white ring, Judge Howe is ready to name his intermediate champion of today's Junior Red and White Show.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give these young exhibitors a round of applause for bringing the cows that they have this afternoon. I think when you look at the four individuals we've got out for final selection, our intermediate champion of the junior show, a lot of similar characteristics about them, really balanced in their frame, tremendous memory systems. Cows have looked to me as though they've got longevity to make it down the road. If you will, we'll go on out and make our champion, reserve, and honorable mention in that order. If you'd like to, we'll turn the volume up, we'll make a little noise. I invite crowd participation when I'm going to make my champions. So if you want to put your hands together, walk with me, clap with me, and let's find our intermediate champion, ladies and gentlemen. Well, three pretty special individuals here. It comes down to the memory system on this young cow. This cow has ring presence. Tremendous memory system, the way that forudder blends in. There's venation on the forudder, the rear udder. She's very open and deep when you get behind her, great springer rib. She's not extreme in any shape. She moves very comfortably on those feet and legs. She's got the advantage just a little bit of the way that forudder blends smoothly into the body wall. A little more width throughout than your reserve. To take nothing away from this dairy cow for honorable mention. Your reserve intermediate, just a little more power to her, through her chest and through her flank. Then again, a dairy good udder young cow. Congratulations to these young exhibitors.
Congratulations to the intermediate champion of today's Junior Red and White Show. She's the winning Winter Senior 2, entry 1701, Miss SNS Crest Symphony Ready T, exhibited by Leah, Hattie, and Blake Smith, and Elizabeth Guntz of Hartford.
You're good.
Reserve intermediate champion of the junior show is the winning summer junior 2-year-old, entry 1508. Mead Manor Art Aaliyah Reddy T, exhibited by Jadelyn Kroll and Stella Joki of Luxembourg. And honorable mention honors go to entry 1605, the junior 2-year-old, Miss Alpha Mystery Reddy T, exhibited by Colton and Easton Brown of Strum, Wisconsin. Congratulations to these juniors. We would like to thank the sponsors for the Junior Champion Awards. The Junior Champion will receive their award from the Armbruster family in memory of Jim Armbruster, and the Reserve Junior Champion will receive their award from Bob and Lisa Hagenow. Judge Sparrow will now select the Junior Champion.
Ladies and gentlemen, what a heifer show. Just an incredible group. The last couple hours I've had a blast judging these. Can't wait for tomorrow. If you would, let's give these exhibitors a monster round of applause for me, please. I hope somewhere in my incoherent Kentucky rambling, at least you've been able to follow what I like in terms of brown Swiss heifers. And that's good ones. I like good ones that are sharp, clean, angular, heifers with adequate rib, heifers that walk on correct sets of feet and legs. And I think that's what we've got out here really at 16, 17, however many are out here. I pulled out my 5 that are my girls. This first prize December calf has got a neck like a giraffe. Beautiful, open, sweeping rib, well grown. If I want to get critical of her, that rear end at times doesn't seem to fit together quite as nicely as I would like to see. Then we've got this first prize fall calf. A heifer, when she hit the ring, all I could hear is Rick James, super freak, because she is a super freak. Heifer that's long as a freight train, sharp, clean, angular, beautiful, sweeping, open rib, walks on a correct set of feet and legs. If I was going to get critical of her, I'd like to change her transmission. She needs to float a little bit more to give away some of that ring presence that I think is there. But when she stops and sits up, shoo, this second prize fall calf, we talked about her in Reserve Junior Champion, the junior show. You've heard me say this, dairy strength. Well, get ready, because I ain't done yet. A heifer that, as I said in the class, lacks that extreme length of body, that extreme latitude and longitude of the heifer that's ahead of her. And then we come to these fall yearlings. That fall yearling class, there was only 5 in there, but that class was hot enough to cook noodles. And that's because this one was in there. Talk about dairy strength. When you look at this heifer's femininity, clean cutness, thin hide, then stand in front of her and see that width of chest that she's got. We talked about that explosion of ribs she's got too. And as I said, now this makes the 3rd time, just more femininity than the second prize fall yearling, and that's taking nothing away from a super well-balanced, powerful heifer that needs to be out here in this group. So without any further ado, I'm going to go out here and I'm going to smack your junior champion, your reserve, and your honorable mention in that order. And then after I do that, I'd sure like it if you showed them what you thought of these animals. This fall yearling, folks, is a pretty special heifer. As I've talked about, my kind. She's got that advantage today in a year of maturity and a lot more mass to that rear rib over this first prize fall calf. Fall calf's going to use her correctness of rump structure to go over our winter calf for honorable mention. Congratulations on a wild and awesome heifer show.
Congratulations to our fall yearling. She's the junior champion of the open show. Entry 804, Birds All the Way, Timeout Nita, exhibited by P. Kennard, W. Melkor, and T. Ostrom. Our reserve junior champion is the fall calf. She is Mount Elgin winner Suzuki, exhibited by Demi Elliott and Alea Camps. And our honorable mention goes to the winter calf, Red Carpet by Design, exhibited by Peter Vale. We'd also like to congratulate Brianna and Abby Meyer of Chilton, Wisconsin. They are the premier breeder of the heifer show and the premier exhibitor of the heifer show. Up next, we will have the Junior Best 3 class. Over in the red and white ring, Judge Howe is making his selections for intermediate champion of today's red and white championship show. Leading off the parade is our pair of winning milking yearlings. First in the class was entry 1402, Ms. B. Tempted Ready T, exhibited by Milk Source, Fisher, Steinhagen, and Cressamede of Kaukauna, Wisconsin. Second in that class is entry 1403, Copperidge War Presley Red, exhibited by Copper Ridge Farms of Janesville. There were 6 summer junior 2-year-olds, and the winning entry was added entry 1509, Bentley Long Live Ready T, exhibited by Jacob Bentley of Pulaski. Second in that class is entry 1505, Royal Vista Go Girl Red, exhibited by Royal Vista Holsteins of Pickett. In the spring junior 2-year-old class, there were 10 entries, and the winner was entry 1605, Miss Alpha Mystery Red ET, exhibited by Colton and Easton Brown of Strum, Wisconsin. Second in that class was entry 1602, Ms. Beth Architect Bree Red,
exhibited by David Traeger of Baraboo, Wisconsin. There were 2 winter senior 2-year-olds, and the winning entry was 1701. Ms. S&S Crest Symphony Ready T, exhibited by Leah, Hattie, and Blake Smith and Elizabeth Gunst of Hartford, Wisconsin. Second in the class is entry 1702. Milk This Warrior Tito's Red, exhibited by Kyla and Maisie Stenke of Columbus, Wisconsin. The winning entry in the fall senior 2-year-old class was 1707. Red Violet Lila Ready T, exhibited by Elizabeth Gunst and Claire and Luke Zimba of Hartford, Wisconsin. In the junior 3-year-old class, there were 9 entries presented in the ring, and the winning entry was 1808. Arizona Awesome S'more Ready T, exhibited by Arizona Dairy Company of Gila Bend, Arizona. Second in that class was entry 1804. Seamer's All Tipsy Ready Tea, exhibited by Ben and Jennifer Wallace and Tim Smith of Stoughton, Wisconsin. And finally, in our class of senior 3-year-olds, there were 4 entries, and the winner was 1904. Hillrose Unstop Adela Ready Tea, exhibited by Bentley Blake and Brody Brantmeyer of Hilbert, Wisconsin. Second in the class was entry 1905, Elmlow Attitude Rally Ready Tea, exhibited by Austin Schmidt of Cascade, Wisconsin.
Congratulations to our Junior Best 3 winner, Brianna and Abby Meyer of Chilton, Wisconsin. And second place goes to Armbruster Brothers Farms in Muscadet. Now Judge Sparrow with his reasons.
I can see why these 2 groups scared off the others. Just 2 special groups of trios and heifers. I think we've got a pretty logical winner though, a group that just excels over our second group. A little bit cleaner throughout. I think all 3 of these heifers were pulled out for some form or fashion of a junior champion today. So it's going to be a pretty tough group to come around. But congratulations on an awesome heifer show. Can't wait to see the cows tomorrow.
This completes the heifer show of the Brown Swiss breeders. And tomorrow morning, we will start with the cow classes promptly at 8 a.m.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, thanks to our cleanup crew. They've had a busy afternoon here thus far. Well, have a look out in the middle here for our cows we have for our intermediate champion. It's a credit to the exhibitors. You look at them from our milk and yearling down to our 3-year-old. They've all got such similar characteristics. There's nothing extreme about the frame. They're moderate, they're balanced in the mammary systems. Anybody can milk these kind of cows, ladies and gentlemen. I think we did such a good job making a little noise, putting our hands together with the juniors. Let's do it again, and we'll go on out and make our intermediate, reserve, and honorable mention in that order. Well, 3 nice young cows again, but I guess as the saying goes, this 3-year-old's got her wedding dress on today. She's open dairy, she's got that, when you get across the ring from them, just that more openness to her midsection, a little more to the rear flank. I prefer just a little straighter in her pastern, doesn't flex quite as much, walking around the ring, a little cleaner through her hock. Tremendous mammary system on this young cow. She just glides around the ring, does it with ease. Tremendous udder on our reserve intermediate champion cow. She's just got a little more development of width of rear udder over the milk and yearling, just getting things rolling. It's got a big future about her down the road. Congratulations to all the exhibitors. Thank you. Give them another round of applause, folks. There's nothing wrong with that.
Congratulations to the intermediate champion of today's Wisconsin Championship Red and White Holstein Show. She's the winning junior 3-year-old, entry 1808. Arizona Awesome Samora Ratty T, exhibited by Arizona Dairy Company of Gila Bend, Arizona. The reserve intermediate champion is the winning winter senior 2-year-old, entry 1701. Ms. S&S Crest Symphony Red, exhibited by Leah Hattie and Blake Smith and Elizabeth Gunz of Hartford, Wisconsin. An honorable mention goes to the winning milking yearling, entry 1402. Ms. Be Tempted Ready T, exhibited by Milk Source, Fisher, Steinhagen, and Cressamine of Kaukauna, Wisconsin. We'd also like to take this moment to thank our sponsors for the intermediate champion and of the open show and the intermediate champion of the junior show sponsors. A special thank you to Troy's Transport for sponsoring the intermediate champion awards. And thank you to Mead Manor for sponsoring the intermediate champion awards of today's junior show. Coming into the ring at this time is our class of red and white 4-year-olds. Judge House completed his placings in this class of 4-year-old red and white cows. Third in the class and also first junior is entry 2205, Terry Lee Picasso Bravo Red, exhibited by Junk and Cannon of Peosta, Iowa. Second in the class is entry 2204, Dirk Acres Apple Tonic Red, exhibited by Milk Source LLC of Kaukauna, Wisconsin. And winning the class, also first bred and owned and best udder, is entry 2206, Arosa Appley 31861 Red ET, exhibited by Joey and Lori Aroso and Hank and Carolyn Van Exel of Pixley, California. Congratulations. Judge Howe, your comments.
Well, a really nice class of 4-year-old cows here. And the first and second place cow, when they come in the ring, they certainly captivated your eye. The cow in second with her over-dariness, a beautiful balanced frame to her. However, when we pulled them in the line, this cow comes to the top of the class when we get them side by side. The height, the width at the top of the rear udder, the depth of median suspensory. I also prefer her size and shape of teats in the rear quarters. This cow in first also does have a little advantage, the way she handles her rear legs, a touch stronger into her pastern region. The cow in second over the cow in third. Love the dariness of this cow in second. Prefer the capacity of this cow. Such a beautiful open sweep of rib. I love the venation on the mammary system, and she's more level on the floor of the udder than this cow coming out in third. Cow in third over the cow in fourth. Cow in third has a lot of capacity about her. She's got a lot of width, and that gives her the advantage. Cow in fourth over fifth. She's got more variations on her forward or floor, and particularly in the rear udder as well. Of our real balanced cow coming out next. Nice class, great pair at the top of the class. Thank you.
If you're following along in your catalog, there were 7 4-year-olds presented in the ring. Entry 2201 was 4. 2202 was 5th and 2nd junior. 2203 did not show. 2204 was 2nd. 2205 was 3rd and the winning junior for Junk and Cannon of Peosta, Iowa. 2206 was the winning entry, best udder and first bred and owned. Arosa Appley 31861 Red ET, exhibited by Joey and Lori Aroso and Hank and Carolyn Van Exel of Pixley, California. 2207 was 6th, and 2208 was 7th. Class coming into the ring at this time is our red and white 5-year-olds. Judge Howe has completed his placings in this class of 5-year-old red and whites. In the junior division, the winning entry is 2301, Sharona Hill A 13531 Ready T, exhibited by Haley Olson of Sparta, Wisconsin. Third in the class is entry 2305, Sugar C Warrior Alicia Red, exhibited by Cray Brothers Farm LLC of Waterloo, Wisconsin. Second in the class is entry 2302, Milk Source Tantalize Ready Tea, exhibited by Taylor Heft of Elkhorn, Wisconsin. And winning the class and also best udder is entry 2303, Lucky Devour Akusa Ready Tea, exhibited by Golden Oaks Farm of Wakanda, Illinois. Congratulations. Judge, your comments.
Well, once again, a nice class of cows here. Starting the cow with a cow that's just really a modern, balanced cow. She's got a beautiful mammary system. She's got a lot of capacity about her. I like her when she's coming at you. She's got an advantage in that drop to her forerib and a little more chest than the cow coming out in second. She's also a cow that carries her loin a little stronger, but she's got a little more slope from hooks to pins, a little more capacity of the rear flank when viewed from behind. Take nothing away from the cow in second. The cow with all kinds of length about her. She's wide through her rump structure, giving her an advantage there. She's wide in through her rear udder, which gives her an advantage. Just a little cleaner cut and dairy than the cow we have in third. Great mammary system on this cow in third. She's got an advantage in her rump structure over the cow coming out in fourth. And I also prefer the way she carries her milk higher in her rear udder over a very open rib cow coming out here in fourth over fifth. Cow in fourth over fifth, just holding more median suspensory, more depth of seam, if you will, than the cow coming out next. Nice class of cows once again.
If you're following along in your catalogs, there were 5 5-year-olds shown today. Entry 2301 was 5th and 1st junior for Haley Olson of Sparta, Wisconsin. 2302 was 2nd. 2303 was the winning entry and also best udder in class. Lucky Devour Akusa Ready Tea, exhibited by Golden Oaks Farm of Wakanda, Illinois. 2304 was 4th and the winning bred and owned entry for Reggie and Christy Camps and Dennis Bowers of Darlington, Wisconsin. And 2305 was 3rd. Coming into the ring at this time is our class of aged cows. Little housekeeping, this will be followed by the production cow class, and then we'll roll right into our champion classes, starting with our junior selection, followed by our open class, and we'll conclude this evening with the senior best 3 females. All of the rest of our group classes will be after the conclusion of tomorrow's heifer show. Judge Howe has completed his placings in this class of red and white aged cows. In the junior division, second in the class is entry 2407. Rydell Ridge D-back Armor Red, exhibited by Colton Rydell and Logan Sorg of Partyville, Wisconsin. Placing third in the class is entry 2405. Giovanna Fantasy Red AT, exhibited by TNS Crollo, W. Schultz III, and Breeder of Black Creek, Wisconsin. Second in the class, and also the winning junior, is entry 2402. Hill Rose Altitude Audi Red AT, exhibited by Kylie Brantmeyer and Jacob Harbaugh of Sherwood, Wisconsin. And winning the class, also best stunner and first place Brennan owned, is entry 2406. Synergy Spike Sequel Red, exhibited by Bentley Family Farms and Synergy Family Dairy of Pulaski, Wisconsin. Congratulations. And now to judge for his comments on this class.
Well, you sure like this class of cows. They've given a lot of milk over their careers. Separating this class, the cow on the top's got the band over the cow in second and what they call dairy strength. It's a little more motor and drive to her through her midsection. She's also got the advantage of being 7 years old with 5 calves. Cow in second to 6 calves with 4 calves. And cow in first, again, just really admire that openness and capacity about her. Carries the milk nice and high. Cow in second over the cow in third. It's her overall dairiness. She's a little cleaner in her thigh. She is fuller in her rear udder and showing more medium suspensory and a little cleaner in the bone in her hock as well than this cow coming out in third. Third over fourth, strengthened through her loin structure. The width when you get them in line. She's got an advantage of being more correct in her shape of teat placement, and she's more level on the floor of the udder than the cow that has more capacity to her rear udder than the cow coming out next that has a great set of feet and legs, giving her that advantage over the cow who's had a lot of calves coming out here next. Nice class to top end. Thank you.
If you're following along in your catalogs, there were 6 aged cows in the red and white show. Entry 2401 was 5th and 3rd junior. 2402 is 2nd in the winning junior for Kylie Brantmeyer and Jacob Harbaugh of Sherwood, Wisconsin. 2403 did not show. 2404 was 6th. 2405 was 3rd. 2406 was the winning entry, best udder and first place Brennan owned. Synergy Spike Sequel Red, exhibited by Bentley Family Farms and Synergy Family Dairy of Pulaski, Wisconsin. 2407 was 4th and 2nd junior, and 2408 did not show. Coming into the ring at this time is our class of production cows. With just 1 entry, juniors, please be bringing those eligible for senior champion and grand champion of the junior show to ringside. Just 1 entry in this production cow class. She's awarded the blue ribbon and also best udder and first Brennan owned. She's entry 2501, Elm Low DP Jordy Memory Red, exhibited by Austin Schmidt of Cascade, Wisconsin. Judge your comments on this cow.
Well, you sure admire her cow. Had 6 calves here. Nothing extreme about her, just a real balanced cow. Had the will to milk all her life. She's got a wide muzzle and a lot of great things about her with having that many calves. Congratulations.
Coming into the ring at this time is our selection of senior champion of today's championship red and white junior show. Starting with our pair of winning 4-year-old cows, the first place junior was entry 2205, Terry Lee Picasso Bravo Red, exhibited by Junk and Cannon of Piasta, Iowa. Second junior in that class was entry 2202, L. Miller Time High Heels in Red, exhibited by Aaliyah and Levi Brunig and Taylor Ferguson of Black Earth, Wisconsin. In our 5-year-old cow class, the winning junior was entry 2301, Sharona Hill A 13531 Red AT, exhibited by Haley Olson of Sparta, Wisconsin. And finally, in our H cow class, the winning junior was entry 2402, Hill Rose Altitude Audi Red AT, exhibited by Kylie Brandmeier and Jacob Harbaugh of Sherwood, Wisconsin. Second junior in that class was entry 2407, Rydell Ridge D-Back Amar Red, exhibited by Colton Rydell and Logan Sorg of Partyville, Wisconsin. And now to Judge Howe as he selects his his senior champion of today's junior red and white show.
Ladies and gentlemen, give these juniors a round of applause if you will. Coming back up for champion, please. Gotta like the memory systems again and the dairy strength on a lot of these cows on the road here. We're not going to take too long. We'll go out and make our champion reserve an honorable mention in that order. If you will, you know the drill, just make a little noise and clap as we're going along, if you will, please. Well, ladies and gentlemen, your senior of the junior show will be champion. She does so on that memory system. She's got the advantage of, just pull her up there beside there. She's got the advantage of being more level in that floor of the udder. Just prefer the rump structure on the cow for reserve. Cow that's got more capacity than her honorable mention, but congratulations to these juniors for your senior champion. Give them a round of applause again, folks. Thanks.
Congratulations to the senior champion of today's Junior Red and White Championship show. She's the winning age cow, entry 2402. Hill Rose Altitude Audi Red AT, exhibited by Kylie Brandmeier and Jacob Harbaugh of Sherwood, Wisconsin. The reserve senior champion of the junior show is the winning 4-year-old, Terry Lee Picasso Bravo Red, exhibited by Junk and Cannon of Piasta, Iowa. An honorable mention went to the second place age cow, entry 2407, Rydell Ridge D-Back, Amore Red, exhibited by Colton Rydell and Logan Sorg of Partyville, Wisconsin. Congratulations to these juniors. As we pause for a quick photo presentation, we'd like to also take this moment to thank the sponsor of the Senior Champion Award for today's junior show, and that was Vandusky Dairy Farms, LLC. Next to come into the ring will be the selection of our grand champion of today's junior red and white show. We'll start our grand champion selection this evening for our junior show with our intermediate champion. And she was the winning winter senior 2-year-old cow, entry 1701. Ms. S&S Crest Symphony Ready T, exhibited by Leah, Hattie, and Blake Smith and Elizabeth Gunst of Hartford, Wisconsin. She's joined by the reserve intermediate champion of the junior show, the winning summer junior 2-year-old, entry 1508, Mead Manor Art Alina Reddy T, exhibited by Jadalyn Kroll and Stella Joki of Luxembourg, Wisconsin. And of course, they're followed by our recently selected senior champions. Again, the senior champion of the junior red and white show was the winning age cow, entry 2402, Hill Rose Altitude Audi Ready T, exhibited by Kylie Brandmeier and Jacob Harbaugh of Sherwood, Wisconsin. The reserve senior champion was the winning 4-year-old, entry 2205, Terry Lee Picasso Bravo Red, exhibited by Junkin Cannon of Piasta, Iowa.
Ladies and gentlemen, 4 great young cows we've got here coming out for senior champion of your junior show, your intermediates and your seniors. Love the mammary systems on these young cows. Love the longevity of these older cows. Let's get our hands together. We're gonna make our champion. Reserve an honorable mention in that order. Walk along, clap along with me if you will, please. Well, your champion junior will be this tremendous other young cow here. The mammary system on this cow, the balance about her. She's got an advantage in the levelness of her rump structure. She's fuller in through her forerunner. Just a beautiful the way this young cow walks around the ring with all kinds of balance. Nothing extreme, very moderate, and that is some udder. Take nothing away from this cow. This does have an advantage of more calves. However, when you get them breaking down, I do prefer the mammary system and rump on the cow that is your champion. As we said in class, the levelness of the floor of the udder and a little more in the rump than the reserve champion cow. Over the honorable mention with such capacity to a rip. Congratulations.
Congratulations to the grand champion of today's Junior Wisconsin Red and White Championship show. She is also the intermediate champion, entry 1701, Ms. SNS Crest Symphony Red ET, exhibited by Leah, Hattie, and Blake Smith and Elizabeth Guntz of Hartford, Wisconsin. She was also named champion bred and owned of today's junior show. The reserve grand champion is entry 2402, Hill Rose Altitude Audi Red ET, exhibited by Kylie Brandmeier and Jacob Harbaugh of Sherwood, Wisconsin. An honorable mention honors went to the second place, the winning 4-year-old cow. She was the reserve senior champion, entry 2205. Terry Lee Picasso Bravo Red, exhibited by Junk and Cannon of Piazza, Iowa. Again, congratulations to all of these juniors. We'd also like to thank our trophy sponsor for the Grand Champion of the Junior Show Award, Stitches WV Holsteins, Trent, Laura, and Lee Stajinsky, and Wes Mamastic. Coming into the ring at this time for our red and white show is selection of senior champion. Starting with our 4-year-olds. In a class of 7 entries, the winning entry was 2206, Erosa Appley 31861 Red ET, exhibited by Joey and Lori Eroso and Hank and Carolyn Van Exel of Pixley, California. Second in that class was entry 2204, Dirk Akers Apple Tonic Red, exhibited by Milk Source LLC of Kaukauna, Wisconsin. There were 5 5-year-olds, and the winning entry was 2303. Lucky Devour Akusa Ready Tea, exhibited by Golden Oaks Farm of Wakanda, Illinois. Second in the class was entry 2302. Milk Source Tantalized Ready Tea, exhibited by Taylor Heft of Elkhorn, Wisconsin. There were 6 cows exhibited in the H cow class, and the winning entry was 2406. Synergy Spikes Sequel Red, exhibited by Bentley Family Farms and Synergy Family Dairy of Pulaski, Wisconsin. Second in that class was entry 2402. Hill Rose Altitude Audi Red ET, exhibited by Kylie Brandmeier and Jacob Harbaugh of Sherwood, Wisconsin. And finally, in the production cow class, the winning entry was 2501. Elmlow DP Geordie Memory Red, exhibited by Austin Schmidt of Cascade, Wisconsin. Now if you turn your attention to the red and white ring, Judge Chow is ready to select his senior champions.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, you always look forward to the seniors when you get into doing your champions here. And from the 4-year-old down to our production cow. What a great lineup. Give these exhibitors and breeders a round of applause, please. Not going to take any more time. We're going to go on. I think we're getting on and making a little noise, and we're going to do a couple more times. So let's do it again and make your senior champion. Get your hands together, folks. Let's go find her. Well, 3 tremendous cows here. Champion cow, she puts it all together. She's extremely balanced. She's nothing extreme about her. Again, very moderate. She's got an advantage over our reserve champion cow. I prefer the way she blends on the right side of her forerunner. Just a little smoother. She's a little fuller, a little more variation. And I believe that she's just a little more balanced in her frame. A little more drop to the fore rib and the rear flank. taking nothing away from the pair of 4-year-old cows. We're close in class. We'll keep them together, and for the same reasons there. It's the height and width of the rear udder, the mammary system on this 4-year-old, making a reserve over the Uncle mentioned, but 3 tremendous cows here. Congratulations.
Congratulations to the senior champion of today's Wisconsin Championship Red and White Holstein Show. She's the winning 5-year-old, entry 2303. Lucky Devour Akusa Ratty T, exhibited by Golden Oaks Farm of Wakanda, Illinois. The reserve senior champion is the winning 4-year-old, entry 2206. Erosa Appley 31861 Ratty T, exhibited by Joey and Lori Eroso and Hank and Carolyn Van Exel of Pixley, California. An honorable mention went to the second place 4-year-old, entry 2204. Dirk Acres Apple Tonic Red, exhibited by Milk Source LLC of Kaukauna, Wisconsin. We'd also like to thank the trophy sponsor for the Senior Champion Award, and that was Bentley Family Farms. Next class to come into the ring will be the selection of our grand champion of today's Red and White Show. The trophy sponsor for this class is Wisconsin Red and White Dairy Cattle Association. Coming into the ring at this time is our grand champion selection of the Wisconsin Summer Championship Red and White Show. Leading off the parade is our intermediate champion, the winning junior 3-year-old, Arizona Awesome Samore Red E.T., exhibited by Arizona Dairy Company of Gila Bend, Arizona. The reserve intermediate champion was the winning senior 2-year-old, winter senior 2-year-old, entry 1701, Miss SNS Crest Symphony Red, exhibited by Leah Hattie, Blake Smith, and Elizabeth Gunz of Hartford, Wisconsin. they're followed by our recently selected senior champions. The Senior Champion Award went to the winning 5-year-old, entry 2303, Lucky Devour Akusa Red AT, exhibited by Golden Oaks Farm, Wakanda, Illinois. The reserve senior champion was the winning 4-year-old, entry 2206, Erosa Abilene 31861 Red AT, exhibited by Joey and Lori Eroso and Hank and Carolyn Van Exel of Pixley, California. We'll also be selecting our best udder and champion bred and owned within this group.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's been an honor and a privilege to come to the great state of Wisconsin to judge a red and white cow show today. You go into it anticipating greatness, and certainly the quality of cows was spectacular. It's been a pleasure again. Thanks to the association for having me today. I am looking forward to our heifer show tomorrow. Let's get right down to the business here of making our overall senior champion reserve and honorable mention in that order. One more time, I know there's a few of you around the ring I've heard make a little noise. This is your last chance. Let's get those hands together and we'll find our champion reserve and honorable mention. Congratulations. Well, we're not going to break these two cows up with the maturity and the longevity they have over our intermediate champions. Again, that you'd watch this cow walk around the ring is so balanced, so open deep. The dairy strength she possesses, she's the best stud in her show. For your reserve champion will also be your champion bred and owned, and then I believe that will make the honorable mention will be reserve bred and owned champion. So congratulations to the breeder of your reserve champion cow in that category. And again, it is just the maturity factor into over the intermediate champions. Great young future for those two young cows. Great show. Thanks for having me. Enjoy. Give them one more round of applause, folks.
Congratulations to the grand champion and also best udder of Wisconsin Summer Championship Red and White Show. She is the winning 5-year-old, entry 2303, Lucky Devour Akusa Red AT, exhibited by Golden Oaks Farm of Wakanda, Illinois. The reserve grand champion is also the champion bred and owned of today's show. She's entry 2206, Erosa Abilene 31861 Red AT, exhibited by Joey and Lori Eroso and Hank and Carolyn Van Exel of Pixley, California. final class to come into the ring this evening will be our senior best 3 females. Congratulations to the winning entry in the senior best 3 female class. That goes to Claire and Jacob Bentley of Pulaski. Second in the class is Almlo of Cascade. And now to judge for his final comments of the evening.
Well, just 2 here, but I'll tell you, you got to put your thinking cap on for a minute. There are 3 nice individuals in each group here. However, when you get looking at them from the front view, the group here is a little wider through the chest. It's got a little more spring in the rib. And view from behind, similar. A little more width through the rear under development all the way through. Love the dairyness, the openness, and the cleanliness of the bone of the group coming out here in second. Congratulations, folks. We'll see you at Heifers in the morning.
Attention exhibitors, if red and white exhibitors have a cow that they would like to enter for the black and white Holstein show, please come see Laura in the show office by 7 p.m. It is now 6 p.m. You have an hour to enter any red cows for tomorrow or for Wednesday's Holstein show. Also, anyone that has alternate leads people forms for tomorrow's afternoon shows, Ayrshire and Jersey shows, those need to be turned in now. Deadline was 5 p.m. I will give you a grace period. If you have any alternate leads person forms for the Ayrshire or Jersey shows, they need to be turned in now. Final reminder to all junior exhibitors, there will be a ice cream social at 7 p.m. by the Bovatech booth. Please come get your ice cream sundaes and root beer floats. Have a good evening.
Test, test. Test, test.
Good to go? Okay.
Hi, I'm Melanie Sarbacher with CattleClub.com. Today I'm here with Brent Howe, the judge of our red and white show today. Brent, tell us a little bit about yourself.
Well, I don't know if I'm as Facebook famous as the young lady sitting beside me here. I'm from Elmer, Ontario, and it's been a real pleasure to come down to Wisconsin and assess the red and white Holsteins here today.
Now, Brent, this was a hard show. There was a lot of good animals here. Which class do you think was the hardest to judge for you?
We did do the only switch of the day was in the 4-year-old class, and there were 2 different kind of cows, but I was pleased when you go with the best uttered cow, you can never go wrong. 5-year-old just had that more advantage in the forward of the way it blended and a more balance to her frame. I think a pretty impressive cow all the way through, kind of the kind of cow we're looking for in 2026.
Now, Brent, how many years have you been judging?
I believe I would have started judging in 4-H. I might have been a little older than you, but fairly young.
And big question, what is your favorite cow that there ever was?
Well, that's putting me on the spot, young lady, right there. And I'll be honest with you, I don't think I could narrow it down to just one. There's a lot of favorites over the years, but I couldn't just say one. Every decade brought a change in the breed and improvements, and we could name a number of cows, but I'm just going to set that debate out.
Is there any show that you have judged that's been very memorable to you?
Any show that you judge, I think, creates its own memories. Fortunate to be a young guy from Ontario to come to Wisconsin. I've been very fortunate to travel in international shows as well. It's I recommend. It's like anything else. You work at it, you give your honest opinion, and it's amazing where it can take you places. It's amazing where a 4-legged dairy cow can take you. It's a great way to see the world. You meet a lot of similar-minded people that all love the things we do. Dairy cows, no matter how fierce competitive they are. I would encourage anybody to enroll. Start early in the young judging career that you have down here or wherever you may be listening from.
Thank you very much, and great job today.
I appreciate that, and keep up the good work here in Cattle Club. Thank you.
Thank you.